Good evening, everybody. I'm back to talking about why I'm not starting on time. Today was a bit of an exception, though. So basically, I had a weird start to the morning, which is always a bit of a rough one. But essentially, what happened here was I found out in the morning that I was out of oatmeal. I like oatmeal in the morning. Um, and I took a look, and basically, there's a few other groceries that I needed. So, unfortunately, I did get sort of held up at work, largely, I think, for I don't know if I'll say positive reasons, but like it's not quite the same as the old place. Sometimes there will be reasons for me to be held up, but not it's not quite sort of a foreshadowing of more missed streams. But unfortunately, the combination of that and then the fact that I did need to go, like, again, it's ideal if I can at least get a proper start to the day with little things like, I don't know, something to eat, preferably that's not like candy. But the weird part is because I have a commute now, basically stopping to get groceries does actually impose a cost. Oh, this is interesting. Huh. I as part of getting everything ready to go for Cyberpunk, I sort of simplified a lot of my I simplified a lot of my startup items, but it turns out I actually disabled Steam as a as a as something that opens up on when I start my system. It's not that big of a hardship. Cured. Can't stick around tonight, but I hope you have a good stream. Thank you very much for stopping by as always. I'm actually late in starting, so I'm happy to see you here anyway. But take care of yourself, and as always, I appreciate you stopping by and saying hello. But yeah, anyways, so just to give an idea, I'm it's been a couple of weeks at the new job, but I'm still sort of finding my feet, and just commute wise. And in this case here, I think the likelihood is if I just need to like pop out and get something, the unfortunate reality is going to be that that's going to divert me pretty heavily from my trip home. And I will be honest that the Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, as they currently are, don't have any room for error. So I get up early in the morning, I do my stuff. If I wake up late, then there is absolutely stuff I need to drop from that. I head home. I have a little bit of time to get dinner if everything goes on time. And after that, it's a stream and quite literally straight to bed. So the fact that I'm starting at the time that I am now does mean that I'm actually going to get less sleep than I wanted tonight. So I am going to need to work this out. What I'm hoping to do is work it out on the left-hand side, which is to say make sure that my start times are intact, not cutting streams short on the Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. But again, this is all stuff that I'm working out, and I figured that I would at least give people an idea of where things at. Now, I did say in the tweet that I was expecting to have to get up and sort of head off to just to pick up. Yeah. Hey, Ellen Ripley, thank you very much. For those of you that don't know, Ellen Ripley, in addition to just being a lot of fun to have around the broadcast, has actually been a very generous donor of subscriptions as well as a subscriber in their own right. So I wanted to take a minute and mark that. It always feels a little weird to highlight the subs for the simple reason that I do understand that there is a broader cross section in terms of the audience who might want to sub, but doesn't doesn't necessarily. I mean, it's not even a question of can you afford $5 or not, but like Twitch wants you to sub to everyone. I know people who easily are spending $60 or more every month on subs, and you have to decide at some point where you make the cut. And obviously, I'm not going to make the cut for a number of people. But the reason why I want to take the time to highlight this is that Ellen Ripley, in particular, and lately as well, has been not just giving some people some subs, but giving some people who I'm always sort of happy to see. Yeah, I like that person got that sub. So I don't know. It's nice to mark the occasion. But again, I don't know. It's like selling indulgences. I don't like the idea of giving too much of the time to the money people, although it is always appreciated. I appreciate that very much, Ellen Ripley. The other thing I will say, I hope this isn't betraying confidences or that, but I do want to say I do enjoy the occasional chat with Ellen Ripley off broadcast. And for those of you that like my writing, one of the things to remember is that occasionally it is a nice word about the writing that will make me post something new. And I say this kind of knowing that I won't say the pipeline for new articles has dried up, but the new job has definitely made it difficult for me to spend the time writing. I'm still writing, but to spend the time writing the sort of thing that I normally would. I'm trying to navigate that just because of a couple of other things that I'll mention as well. But for those of you that like that sort of stuff, a kind word does actually go somewhere with that. I don't want to sound too insecure on things, but like when you have a small audience, sometimes you can publish stuff and you've no idea how it lands or where it goes. And I will be honest, it is not uncommon for stuff that I write to get a hostile response, because obviously I feel that one thing about good writing is to, not say what's obvious, or sometimes to talk about what's been, something that I think has been sort of underreported. And so, it's easy to sound very needy on this sort of stuff, but I will say that for those of you that like the writing, in addition to the fact that Ellen Ripley has been subsidizing your entertainment through subs, I can actually also mention that there's definitely been a couple of compliments which make me feel like, yeah, I should keep doing this. And I can definitely point to a couple of articles which wound up coming out because of that kind of encouragement. And just so I can make sure that that is not about me, this is probably true for a lot of people who do creative things in your life. So if you happen to know someone who likes doing some drawing, maybe they're working on a video game, maybe, there's any number of creative activities that people do. I actually met somebody at work today who does knitting. And I got to see some nice knit toy. I don't want to call them toys, but they're very good. I don't know. I feel that it does not cost a whole lot to encourage someone doing something like that, but the benefits can very often be quite significant, particularly if they are at a moment where they're not feeling very not feeling like they have a lot of gas in the tank to keep going. So, for what it's worth. Your favorite communist writer? What are the other communist writers you like, Ellen Ripley? All right, and cured. Yes, subsidizing. Subsidizing, and Hit People Guy, good to see you. So again, I'll just caution you that I may wind up going on a break a little bit sooner than I was expecting. Simon has found a power suit with a dead body inside. Now he must adapt it so that Catherine can transfer his mind into it and they can continue the journey into the abyss. 3 parts are needed: some structure gel, a cortex chip from a robot, and a power pack. So I definitely want to talk about the ideas in this game. And I definitely want to make sure that we have a full stream together. But again, I may wind up taking a break a little earlier than expected, and that's simply because, well, I wasn't quite planning on things turning out the way that they did. But I'm a bit conscious of the fact that I'm starting relatively early. I don't recall. I don't think there's anything else for me to. Have you played this before, Hit People Guy? I see. All right. All right. Have a good one, Cured. I know it's work, but chin up. You're making money. But I would be curious. So I actually have a rather specific belief on your statement there, Hit People Guy. No, not at all. The reason why I asked you that is that this is absolutely the kind of game that does deal with those kinds of questions, and I realize. So I started playing this back in Christmas, and I've had a couple of. That's, by the way, I don't think something that you need to apologize for. I like it when I'm able to. I mean, for the most part, I don't think there's a lot of things that people need to apologize for on the stream. I have my limits, but not. I don't know. I hope I'm not unreasonable. But no, the reason why I asked that is because it's actually nice for me to be able to take the time to bring people up to speed on something like this, and. This is absolutely the kind of game that does deal with those themes, and to me, it is all the more valuable to talk about this sort of stuff, simply because if I'm going to be running away for a little bit just to pick something up... yes, now I remember. I think I'm just gonna straight up run. But this is actually something pretty convenient to talk about. Particularly in between, like if I have to run off for a little bit, it's nice to be able to talk about that sort of stuff among chat, because there's different feelings about it. So maybe for the benefit of Hit People Guy and anybody else who might be interested in this game, there is a... Yeah, they're definitely reacting to noise, so... I'm pretty sure I'm dead if they catch me on this one. At the start of the game... Alright, that was not me to move that one around. So if I'm supposed to get behind this... Oh, no. They... Definitely a proximity thing. I don't think there's any way I can survive if I'm limping like this. Yeah. All right, so that was clearly not a smart thing for me to do. Anyways, so I am going to need to run off in just a minute, but the game starts off with us participating in sort of a study where we have essentially what's happening is we are suffering from an injury sustained during a car crash. I think he basically says my brain won't stop bleeding, and we go in for a scan, and the doctor's name is Dr. Munchie. We have the set up. He says it'll hurt as much as having your photo taken, and he says didn't certain groups believe having your photo taken would steal your soul? A nice little bit of foreshadowing for a game like this. And it's like, oh, is that real? And then, you get ready to go, and all of a sudden we wake up in this place. Now, there is an answer to why we wake up in this place, and there is some ambiguity for a while as to exactly what's happened and what we are. What is true for this place is that we encounter a lot of robots, like very obviously robots, machines that are like do not have any human features whatsoever, but they talk like people, and they insist that they are people, and like even do things like they'll wave their little claw arm around, saying, "See, I'm waving my hand," and they'll talk to you like you are completely nuts for not believing. Not believing their claims of humanity. This is obviously raising some questions in terms of what you are. They do, yes. And sure enough, as you go through the game, there are some questions, and then there's a couple of events which you survive, which conceivably no flesh and blood person could. And so eventually you get to this point. This is going to be interesting. So I think what I need to do is I need to fill up with the goop. But it's not going to allow a contaminant to come out. Well, then there's also the question, how would I fit the container? So... But yeah, sure enough, there is the eventual revelation. There's a specific moment. This isn't the reveal, but one of the moments absolutely is. We look in the mirror and we can see that we're a diving suit. And we actually just recently learned that the reason why we have a certain degree of independence or an awareness of the area around us is that there is basically we're a walking corpse, that there's this computer interface that we have, but that there is this biological component to the diving suit. Someone has died inside of this, and so that's one of the reasons. It's essentially the interface between the machine and the person that's allowing us to have a degree of independence that wouldn't necessarily be the case otherwise. So at least in terms of the question, like already the game is really starting to get into the big questions about, what makes you you. The specific question as to why this person, why Simon, from, I guess 2015 Toronto or something like that, essentially you get to hear your final recording as a person. And essentially you're talking with Dr. Munchie. He's like, I don't know, it should have worked. It's like, and you agree to have your scan used for later scientific development. So effectively what you are is you're sort of the prototype personality in every software development kit that works with this sort of transfer of consciousness sort of technology, I guess. I don't think that's exactly what the original intention of the technology is, but it's the effect that that it's having for us. So the answer, why this person? Why did we, suddenly wake up, seemingly, 100 years into the future, over 100 years into the future, and why this specific person from Toronto? And it's like every game can really answer that question with because the game has to be about someone. But in this case here, it is kind of the somewhat disappointing note, right, where you're a demo, right? Like you're the practice character. You're lucky that we didn't throw you into a first-person shooter to test the AI capabilities. And so at this point here, you have the interesting question, the one that you're asking. What does count as ourselves, right? Where we've already transferred from our flesh and blood body into this diving suit, and we seem to have a certain sense of who we are.
It's not something you really want to get comfortable with. That's funny. That's really funny, Julia. What's going on? You're playing that transparent. What do you want, Molly? We're friends, right? Yes. Do you think Alpha is real? What makes you... Why would you ask that? I think Ross is trying to tell me something. About Site Alpha? He wants me to go down to the abyss and find it. Crazy, right? You've been down there. I just thought you could talk some sense into me. Ronnie, I'm not at liberty to... I can't talk about that.
But yeah, so we've had the transition from a person that you and I would recognize as a person. And we've, one of the things I like about the storytelling of this game is that your emotions as Simon are your own, right? The game presents you with scenarios, but and there are some times when Simon will offer an opinion on what's happening. But for the most part, I sort of think your feelings as to, what counts as a person and whether or not you are comfortable in this existence. Hello, Beef Refills. To a certain extent, that's left to you. And it's something I like about the way that this game has worked. But in the end, at this point here, you can sort of say, however you feel about this idea that, you have every bit of evidence you could want to say that the person you thought you were no longer exists, that whatever counts as Simon Jarrett, whatever remains of Simon Jarrett effectively is either data stored somewhere, which is not currently active, or is contained within this diving suit. you can have your feelings about that, and you can have the feelings about whether or not that counts as Simon or not. Maybe the fact that Simon has ceased to be a person, and sort of has this continuity with this digitized form, that might be something that changes your feeling on that. But in essence, we're about to take a fairly large step where we cannot go any further inside of this body, this diving suit. We are going to need to transfer into a more heavy duty one. But ultimately, that is going to be a very direct transfer of consciousness, as the character Catherine has described. And so at that point, right, this is a little bit more, and you can see how well done this story is. At least with Flesh and Blood Simon to this one, we've got this passage of time, right? There are a number of things that are separating us from that event, and in the end, it's sort of something that's forced on us. Whereas here, in order to make progress, we're going to have to do it, and it's more or less something that's happening to us right away. And so this can create a very different impression, in terms of whether or not what's happening is right, or whether or not it's still the same person. And for that reason, I am actually late in getting this thing done. So I'm going to take a very quick break, and I do apologize because I know we're not even a half hour into the stream yet. But the good news is, once I do that, I am with you for the rest of the for the rest of the evening. So it should only be a couple of minutes. I will run the ads just to help out with the pre-roll. But for those of you who are in chat and want to stick around, I would love to know your own feelings on, is the Simon that we see the same person? Is there a meaningful difference in the idea of the corpse in the diving suit now to the one that we'll go into? Are there any particular lines that the game might be crossing that make you say, okay, this one was okay, but this one I feel a bit differently about? I'd be interested, because obviously I've not done this game justice. But there's some really good ideas in this game, and I'm always interested where people sort of fall on them. But anyways, I will be back as soon as I can, but I knew this was going to happen. I just didn't realize it was going to happen as soon as it did. And I'm sorry, Ellen, I don't know if I actually said this, but thank you for letting me know. But I hope you get everything that you need taken care of. And yeah, I'm going to go catch up. I'll see you all in a little bit. All right. Sorry about the silence like that. Um, Ross and the WoW confirmed a correlation between the overloaded systems and the corpse of Dr. Ross. I was able to shield off the corpse inside the glass jar for a couple of seconds and witnessed a massive drop in the readings. If we really have to keep Ross inside Omicron, I suggest finding a way to erect a permanent barrier to avoid severe system malfunctions. Ross recharging, Lisa Cameron, 2104-0115. WoW is definitely repairing Ross's corpse. It's the most insane thing I have ever encountered. Somehow the WoW, primarily relegated to the structure gel inside the walls, is bombarding the corpse with every system it can access. The glass jar is surrounded by an unhealthy amount of electromagnetism and radiation, which seems to be instructing gel already stuck inside Ross's body. Not sure what the WoW expects to happen when it's restored, but at least all the crazy should stop when the body hits 100%. So I talk about this example a little too much, especially given the fact that I really haven't seen... I can't say I've never seen Star Trek, but I've definitely not seen a lot of it. I've seen a couple of the movies. I think I've seen one of the original series movies, or maybe two. No, I think only just one. And then I've seen one of the Picard ones, which I think is The Next Generation. But aside from that, I really don't have that much familiarity with the series, and I should, because it is one that really seems to have captured people's imagination and has contributed a lot and had some excellent writers working for them. So I've never seen it, but I've heard the premise for, I think, The City at the Edge of Tomorrow, which is this story of, I think it's something to the effect of Kirk goes back in time before World War II, falls in love with a woman, and for some reason she has a pivotal role, or her death has a pivotal role in essentially history, right? The Allied victory or something to that effect. I'm not 100% sure how that all ties together, but it's one by Harlan Ellison, who certainly has a reputation, but one of the things he has a reputation for is being a very good writer. So it's the sort of premise that I really would like to see, like, what they do with it. I'm trying to think if there's something I can do. So there's a bunch of shattered glass here, so this normally is an indicator that I want to try and break in, but I'm trying to think to what effect, like what does that get me? It's the fact that I went up to this thing that made me... Something made me freak out a little bit. But anyways, so the teleporter in Star Trek seems to be the subject of a lot of thought experiments in terms of questions of sort of self. And somebody in chat, I regret not being a little more clear on how Star Trek solves this, but apparently the teleporter isn't quite the dilemma that everybody thinks it is. But you have essentially the idea, what if you had a transportation technology that would beam you directly somewhere, or like it would completely take you apart and then reconstruct you. When you use such a machine, are you effectively killing yourself every time that you use it? And then apparently there is something in the Star Trek setting that says, no, you are definitely not killing yourself. It's not nearly as horrible as it sounds. This is a misreading of the technology, which, by the way, I don't actually think is a deal breaker to the thought experiment, because then you say, okay, well, we're not in Star Trek. Let us say that there was a proposed technology that did not have the features of Star Trek, that the way that this thing worked is that you can't transport matter fast enough, but what you can do is you can somehow transfer the information, and so you are broken apart, and then the matter on the other end is is reconstituted. would you step inside such a machine? Would this be okay in your eyes, or would this be a point where you, would this be the point where you say no? This isn't okay. I am whatever's on the other end is not me. So the extension, and again, I'm fairly certain this is from Derek Parfit, but the one extension to this idea that I like is, like, let's say that there's transport to Mars, and like people have, like, it's something that has been used many times. As far as the technology is concerned, everybody feels completely comfortable with with using it. We have, it's like crossing a street, basically. You do not have this concern that somehow you're not, at least under normal circumstances, right? You're not going to have the worry that, oh, okay, maybe my leg's growing out of my head or something like that. Well, that's why it's a thought experiment. It's to get to that question. How do you know one way or the other? That's the whole point of asking it. So in this particular case here, like the reason why these things become interesting is you can turn the knobs on these kinds of questions and get interesting results. I think the idea, most would say it's not okay, but there's no technical difference with just walking there. So I mean, I think you're saying the idea, right? You've got your assemblage of atoms, and if you're walking to Mars, or instead the atoms are moving one at a time, there's no difference. And then you say, okay, well, what if it's not the atoms moving one at a time? What if it's one set of atoms being broken apart and another set of atoms being reassembled? What about that? That's where you suddenly get people who are okay with number one not being okay with number two. And the extension that I kind of liked, that I was sort of building up to, is this idea that you are in the Earth station and you wake up and you're sort of like, oh, okay, something went wrong, I'm still here. And one of the technicians comes up and says, no, sorry, there's been a mistake. You're fine. You're on Mars. There's just a delay. You're about to disintegrate in a couple of seconds. And then you look at the video screen and you see yourself on the other side, on Mars. You are probably going to have a very different feeling about what's just happened. And you're going to have some fairly strong views on what counts as you. And this is why I like these kinds of things, right? Because it's like some people like to use this stuff as some sort of a gotcha. But the thing that I kind of like about these ones is that it's very often, like, it's easy in some cases to just sort of not think very hard about something, or to just say, okay, it's too difficult to solve, or any of these different possibilities. The Theseus transportation matrix. Yes, so Rawmonger is referring to another famous thought experiment, the ship of Theseus. So you have the fabled ship of Theseus, the ancient Greek hero, and it's sort of sitting there in the, in port, this great famous landmark. Everybody's going there to see it and admire it. I'm framing this in a slightly different way, but then, somebody says, I want my money back. I haven't seen the ship of Theseus. And of course, everybody's like, what are you saying? It's right there. But of course, it has been, many centuries since, and some regular maintenance has been done to make sure that the thing is still afloat and pleasant to go on board. It's befitting the great hero. And over the course of time, every single plank and every single nail and every bit of cloth has been replaced over the course of this maintenance. And so can the thing be called the ship of Theseus? And this is one of these great examples of sort of where a continuum can be a bit of a problem. Another example of thinking of this would be a heap, right? So like if I just took a bunch of grain and dumped it on the ground or on a table somewhere, I'd say to one of you, hey, is that a heap? And you're like, sure, that's a heap. And then, maybe I take a whole bunch of grain away and there's like a few just sitting on the table or something like that. It's like, is that a heap? It's like, no, that's not a heap. It's just a few grains on the table. So I put a smaller but still sizable amount. Is that a heap? Yeah, that's probably a heap. And then if I take each individual grain off instead of going through these big wild swings, at what point does it cease to be the heap, right? There's no single grain in which I would take it off and you'd say, that's not a heap anymore. And then I'd put it back on and you'd say, that's definitely a heap now. The other one that I've heard is the bald man paradox. So this may hit close to home for some. But the idea that, if you have this miserable person who is having their hair plucked out one by one, there's, at what point does someone say, okay, that person is now bald? That doesn't happen. No, that's not an unusual thing to happen in the world, right? But the thing is we have kind of a social convention of not really pointing it out. So, presumably you don't go up to a follically challenged individual and say, when did people start calling you bald? And again, the fact of the matter is there is no single point at which you say, oh yeah, no, this was the hair that was removed, you're bald now. So whether it's heaps, baldness, the ship of Theseus, there's a few different ways that you can sort of play around with this idea. But what I like among the thought experiments are that sometimes you can sit down and again, you'll just say, okay, this is too hard, or maybe this is a there's a certain type which says, okay, well, a bunch of this stuff is just language games. And to a certain extent, sometimes these things can seem like gotchas, or sometimes they can seem like someone just trying to show off or be a know-it-all or whatever, and they can be really tedious. But the thing is that there is a value in asking these kinds of questions, and sometimes those framings, in particular the one where it's like you're traveling to Mars, I like that because there is just something about it where you previously might have said that you're okay with the other ones, but it's such a striking image, this idea that you actually see yourself on the other end. It is this completely different framing of that problem that, again, maybe you're being a little mean doing it. Maybe you're bringing in an emotional dimension to a question that requires maybe more sober thought. But on the other hand, there's a lot of thinking, particularly in ethics, which does benefit from, that emotional component, that side which lets you think a bit about I guess what values are at stake. Because Ursula Le Guin wrote this very, very good short story. I think it's called Those Who Leave Omelas. And it's the Ship of Tedious is a completely different trip. I think most people, whenever I start talking at length about a subject, will say that they've just they've been shanghaied on the Ship of Tedious. I guess shanghaied means you're off the ship, so that's wrong term. Oh no, shanghaied. No, marooned is where you're. Shanghaied is when you're press ganged, is what I mean. Shanghaied is when you're press ganged to the Ship of Tedious. But yeah, so the Those Who Leave Omelas is a short story that if you have someone who's a hardcore utilitarian, it should be one that sort of, and again, there are other philosophers who have phrased it in a specific, sometimes even in a thought experiment way. But essentially, it's one that raises some questions in terms of the outcomes under such a system and whether or not they are consistent with the types of values that you would want as a utilitarian. And in that case, I really do feel that particular story is more effective than a philosophy lecture on the issue. Because there's just a certain power that comes to the very emotional response that you have to what's described in that story. That's why I'll also incidentally like Soma, because it's a way of tackling these questions in something that makes them more than just sort of an academic concern. So I'm coming up short on ideas. I think I gotta go back to the room with the scary thing, but the thing is, I don't really have any bright ideas on how to get past it that are different than last time. It might be that there is a log or something that I haven't read or I don't recall, and so maybe what I'll do is I'll go back and read some of the journal entries and such. But yeah, I don't know. This is definitely one reason why I like coming back to this game. It's one reason why I like playing it. It's one of the games where even if you like, I guess here's the other thing. One thing that's really nice about a good thought experiment or a good story like this is that you might even have some issues with the premise of the game or the question. What I mean by that is you may be like, okay, like, so you could say, you could be presented with the Mars example. That I talked about, and you could say, this thought experiment is meaningless because there is no way such a transportation device could exist. And like, you could do something really simple, which is to say, I believe the soul exists, and because the soul exists, it is impossible to transfer a consciousness such a technology would not work because it is lacking, the destination is the soul. Whatever would come back would just be this amalgam of of flesh and bone. That's a completely legitimate way. So there's a side of me that wonders if this is a question of getting the maintenance tunnels back on. So it doesn't seem like there's anything here. Electrical hazard. But yeah, so like sometimes there will be a case where you're confronted with premises that you disagree with. Okay, so that thing's definitely turned around. Throwing stuff didn't seem to do anything. Yeah, so if I go that way, it turns... Uh-oh. Well, I got what I was looking for. I am definitely in a tough spot, though. But yeah, so you can sometimes disagree with the premises of certain questions. And if it's in the context of a story, like because you want to hear the story, sometimes it's just a question of like, okay, you know, I normally have a problem with this, but I'm going to let my defenses down for a little while because this is nuts. Okay. But yeah, you kind of put your guard down, and you know, in order to, if nothing else, just hear a good yarn. You become a little bit more open to hearing an idea that normally you would reject. And then, of course, the hope there is that, you know, the story is good enough that even if you don't change your mind, at the very least you've been exposed to something that you normally would have shut yourself off from. And I think there's a lot of value, and particularly now, because I have noticed something of a tendency. Oh, man, yeah. So I think... It may just be a question that I gotta sort of run around the... So I don't think that thing's gonna bother me until I actually start running around. Yeah, one of the things I tend to notice is, like, if you're... Okay, this might just be an indication that I'm, No, this is definitely not the... This is definitely not the... Turns out it was a friend all along kind of game. This may just be an indication on what a tedious conversation partner I am. But what I very often will find is... If there's a point of disagreement, with someone. So I'm definitely working this thing up, but bring it, nerd. Okay. I'm hoping I gave it the slip. Made it. But yeah, so one of the drawbacks that I find is that you will... So like there's a point of disagreement, or maybe you're trying to figure something out. And then what's usually really helpful, because it's incredibly annoying to basically have, you know, a major dispute over what winds up just being some kind of, you know, difference of definition. A perfectly sensible place to begin is to sort of come to terms, right? To say, okay, this is what we mean when we say X. And if, you know, this isn't even just a question of like, I'm building the, you know, I'm building the weapon with which I will destroy you. This can be as simple as, you know, I want to make sure we're talking about the right thing, and I want to know at least where our common ground lies. And what I've definitely found over time is that people are less and less willing to find any common ground on anything at all. And the impression that I get, because again, the drawback here is that it's very rare that you're going to hear, it's very rare that you're going to wind up hearing a, you know, like the honest intentions behind this sort of thing. But I definitely get the impression that people sort of feel that any kind of concession at the beginning is, you know, that's just you're already on the path to losing, right? Like from the very beginning, you're trying to win the conversation. I'm just going to listen to this audio log.
Hey, Andrea?
Yeah?
I was talking to Cameron about protein solubilization. Do you think we could break the aggregate and structure gel without flattening the configuration?
Jesus. That was a mouthful. You've been listening to Cameron, that's for sure. What do you want, Raleigh?
Can you blame me for trying to figure this out? I've been having the dreams too, you know. I don't know what to believe.
Oh, I know. Everything from the sudden signal amplification in black boxes to having a comatose Dr. Ross locked up in the glass jar. We've all been going a bit nuts.
Tell me about it. It feels like my head's about to explode. Hypothetically speaking, could we stop the WoW from mutating?
It doesn't work like that.
Even if there was a Site Alpha?
Hypothetically speaking, I guess we could try. Raleigh, are you recording this?
Sorry. I just... Sorry.
But yeah, so essentially this idea that, you know, so the difficulty here, and I've never really found a good way of sort of handling it. Like I have on a couple of occasions tried to be honest and to say, like, you know, if we're beginning this conversation with the idea that one of us is going to win and one of us is going to lose, probably it's already too late, right? That, you know, this is hopefully about getting to the bottom of something and like exploring an idea for the sake of exploring it. That's never really been very effective, and it probably comes off maybe as accusing someone of something, which is not quite the intention. It's just to, you know, do what I'm trying to do, which is to find that common ground and go somewhere. And ideally to do it in a way where people don't feel that there's sort of a lot at stake, reputation or self-worth or whatever it is. But whether or not I can come up with a good explanation. I mean, obviously the explanation that is always the most flattering to somebody on the receiving end of that is always to say, oh, well, these lesser minds are just too scared of my shining intellect. Lol, these conversations are for smart people. But okay, great. You just won the race against yourself, right? You're not going to learn anything if the only participation in the conversation is you. Hello, Vesper Fortune. Very good to see you. Let me just take a quick minute here and shout out Mr. Vesper. Vesper Fortune, I was doing some art lately. I didn't speak up during his broadcast, but I believe that is the most recent stream. But Vesper is somebody I found through Cultist Simulator, an incredibly complimentary individual, so always happy to have him around because I wind up feeling significantly smarter than I actually am. But somebody, again, I'm pleased. There's actually been a number of people who have, just started streaming or are somewhat close to just starting streaming. And they've been a lot of fun to hang out with. So these are people like Oswin Meow, Prosciutto Fist. Prosciutto Fist we often more see in her channel rather than here. And actually, I don't recall how long. Vesper's been streaming. I don't think Vesper's done. Vesper is not always very kind about their smarts. But I think the difference that I would point out here is that while I try not to showboat, I do realize that occasionally when I will talk about certain subjects, it comes off as like smart person talk. Whereas there is obviously a level of cleverness that a lot of people have, and I probably don't rate as highly on these. Jesus? But yeah, no, it's there's, I mean, the best thing you can do is just watch somebody's broadcast, right? Anytime everyone's like, oh, I'm not that clever, just watch them, have a conversation with them. And I guess there's one of two things which are going to happen is like, they're going to say, yep, nope, they were right. But in honesty, usually what happens is you see them and they turn out to be a wonderful conversationalist and they wind up having some good thoughts on a number of things. And if nothing else, oh, hell no. All right, we're going to have to figure that one out. The problem is I don't think there's that much for me to do in all these other places. I need to get the goop and what else? I don't know if I need to charge the battery or not. I'm trying to even remember where Ronald Reagan first came up. Vesper. Anyways, but yeah, I kind of I got sidetracked with my impending death, but there are a few things to sort of talk about. So, people like Dendrian or Sulfea, Vesper, Ozu and Meow. I've been very lucky to... We have to stop it. I've been quite lucky to... it's still there, and it's still pissed off. Do not exist in a political void. Very true. Yeah, I mean, okay, so we had that perfectly interesting conversation, and yet you're mean enough to yourself that you'll undersell your smarts. It's hypnotic. Anyways, sorry. So I want to get back to the topic that I was talking about before. One of the reasons why... So like I said, this might be an indication in terms of who I am, in terms of a conversation partner, that people don't feel comfortable enough to put themselves in a position where, they want to come to terms and talk about some of the underlying ideas. Try to find where the common ground is before moving on to that next point. Or it could be that, people are going in sort of expecting to quote-unquote win the conversation, and so there just simply wasn't going to be a world in which the, in which that conversation would have happened. I have very prideful people in your life, so it's more of a defense mechanism to make sure you don't end up like there. Actually, that's the other thing I've noticed. There's quite a few VTubers in my orbit now. It's not something I'd ever really imagined, but like Zareth and Vesper and Sweeps the Pillow Queen are all good examples of this. All right. But where I wanted to go with this was just to say that acknowledging, for one reason or another, that people may be less willing to put their guard down in the name of exploring an idea. Being able to tell stories like this, being able to make a game like Soma, okay, so that doesn't seem to be too cranky on its own. Oh, but this is... Oh, damn it. This is a very good game if you're a nervous person, by the way. There is a pattern that shows up the longer you watch this, right? I'm not just imagining it. So I wonder if the point is you just leg it. Like... But the thing is, I still don't have the goop. Okay, anyways, so again, the thing that I appreciate about stories like this is that if we are in a point, and again, I've spent a whole lot of time trying to establish that this, I'm making a claim here about people's intentions, which I'm not necessarily in a position to really be able to make with authority. But basically, if it is the case that people are a bit more defensive for whatever reason, it might also be fair to say that stories can be an effective way in which these ideas still get explored, for the simple reason that it's really hard not to, not to want to say, yeah, like what happens next, right? Where are we going with this? Obviously, someone will be pissed if you don't deliver in terms of the story. In my opinion, this game absolutely does deliver in terms of the story. But, so I wonder if it's as easy as me just dispensing the gel on the... Interesting. So that wasn't sufficient. And I can't place the jar. I mean, I suppose I could try and break in. Doesn't seem like the sort of thing. Yeah. But yeah, basically, the point that I've been taking forever to try and make is that I think there's something to be said for the role that stories play, particularly in a time where people might be less willing to talk to each other about these things, whether it is from a sense of defensiveness or, it's people just being more polarized. Like, I realize it's not an original thing to say that people are more polarized nowadays, but essentially the hope would be that telling a sufficiently good story makes people pay attention, and then underneath you sort of sneak in all the crazy ideas that you wanted to put in their brain in the first place. Not bad, Baron Snugs. I remember when I first played this, I struggled trying to find the place to put the goop in, and I'm back to that problem. But also I'm contending with the fact that there is a murderous beastie in the place where I want to deposit the goop as well. So, as is tradition, I'm going to start at the bottom, work my way up, see if there's a straightforward approach that I'm missing. To circle back to an earlier question you talked about and you'd answer regarding that there are other things here that think that they are human, but we don't seem to have the same dissonance when we look in the mirror. At least if we did, we missed it. So that's definitely open to interpretation, Hit People Guy. the only time that I've been able to look in the mirror at myself is after the moment in which there is no doubt at all that I am I'm a walking diving suit. But the game actually specifically answered. Sorry, I'm really happy to have Visper in here. It's very good for always giving me a laugh. But yeah, so the explanation in the game, Catherine, our companion in our multi-tool, basically she sort of scanned me, and we talked about the fact that because I am not just a machine, that I am a combination of machine and body, even though I am effectively a corpse inside of this diving suit. It is specifically that combination which has meant that I am behaving differently from the other robots. But yeah, you're right. Like it is possible that the character Simon, the character you play, Simon, needs to come to terms with his new state before he can see that in the mirror. And it's kind of an open question, just because I don't think there is ever a point in which you are able to look in the mirror. I mean, maybe it would be interesting to make it feel like you had the option, but maybe it's one that you wouldn't pursue. But I have to imagine that would be very difficult to implement in a way that would be satisfying to all players. Yeah, I have a slightly different version of this phenomena, Vesper, which is, I know, like, I feel like streaming basically adds a difficulty level and a half to a game. Like, obviously I'm not the kind of broadcaster that people watch for the skill at the game. But I would definitely say that I tend to play games much better on my own time. But absolutely trying to keep track of chat while also doing all the other things. It's definitely easier to be witty in other people's channels because you have less work to do. I think so anyway. Maybe there are some people who are natural wits. But the thing is, I also sort of feel like there are definitely times where I do feel kind of crummy when I don't get credit for the things that I do. But like the last time I mentioned that, somebody just decided to make that a point of like ridicule or fun, and I'm like, okay, you know what? Screw this. Like, I'm just not going to be honest about this stuff anymore, because I just like I don't know exactly what kind of points they were looking for, but like it really just sucked. So. You don't, I mean, it's online, right? You don't need to share every last thing about yourself. But, that aside, the fact of the matter is like good at video games is very low on the hierarchy of things that are important or should be important to people, right? Like, I'm not saying that there isn't value in it. Right? It's fun. We're competitive. Like, well, maybe not everybody, but like, being competitive can be a good and helpful, healthy thing. It's a good form of entertainment. It's something that can sometimes keep you sharp or give you something to, move towards. There's lots of different reasons why it's, it's reasonable. But yeah, like, I don't know, like I personally am not quite sure where the where the sales pitch of good at video games comes from. There's a lot of people you have given heart attacks in Final Fantasy XIV because you decided to heal on stream. Do you take a more direct interpretation of this game's approach to identity and continuity of identity, or do you take a more existential interpretation? I'm interested. So would you mind unpacking a little bit more what you mean by that, Baron Snubs? Because I think there's a couple of terms in there where we might have some differences in terms of the meaning. I do think it's an interesting question, and it's one that I would like to... It is one that I would like to properly take some time answering. So I'm pretty sure this thing doesn't chase me if I just stay outside the... I have an idea, I just think it's a stupid one. So I want to get this thing to turn around. Oh, that's interesting. So it doesn't give me that much of a chase. Ah. You kidding me? Oh yeah, it does not want to leave that room at all. Okay, that's going to be interesting to deal with in the future.
Shut the door, Cat. Lock it up.
What's happening?
Lock the door.
It's loud! What's going on?
I managed to piss off another one of WoW's monsters.
We have everything we need, right?
Yeah. Let's get to work.
Okay, so I still owe Baron Snugs an answer on this, but I wanted to get past the monster first. I definitely think I'm playing a copy of Simon. Although I suspect probably you're asking more than just sort of in material terms, right? Like, so when you're saying like the idea that there was a person named Simon Jarrett. Simon Jarrett was a flesh and blood person, could only have been a flesh and blood person, and at the moment he died, he ceased to be. The copy of Simon that I am playing is a different person. And I mean, there's an interest. One of the things that I do find interesting in this game is the question of the continuity, because you have a bunch of people in this game who effectively kill themselves the second that they are scanned in order to preserve the continuity. But what's interesting here is that Simon possibly could be a candidate for that. because his copy was never really activated until after his death. That's more or less established by the fact that his scan will be used after his death. It's like one of the things that he gives to Munchie. But yeah, my inclination is to say it's a copy of Simon, despite those. But I maybe don't assign lesser status to that copy. So like my own feeling, because I actually have thought about this prior to the game. It's one of the reasons why I really liked it so much. But I think, for a while there was this, he did, yeah. But I mean, the scan isn't used in the way that it's used here, until after his death. He's pretty explicit about the permission that he gives, and Munchie's pretty explicit that he's donating it for science. And more importantly, the technology isn't developed until after his death. So there's no disputing that the scan is created at a time when he's alive. I mean, I think that much is obvious. But unlike the people who are in this complex, we very clearly see times where people are used in these simulations and where it is possible to allow these things to, quote unquote, have a life of their own after the scan is realized. And in the case of Simon, he's the first. And so it does create a unique situation for him. He's arguably one of the few people for which the continuity could still apply, despite the fact that there is almost certainly decades between his scan and the time that he's used. But yeah, so for my own part, because I have put some thought into this, like, I think this was maybe around the time people were talking about the singularity, but I think I even dwelt on it a little bit before, just because, this is the sort of stuff, late at night when I should be asleep, I think about these things. I've always just kind of come to terms with the fact that, I mean, again, like any human being, right, that I will face death and that it's sort of unavoidable. And then, of course, anybody who likes reading science fiction or anybody who likes thinking about these things, wonders about the question, well, what if I were to, and again, I like computers, right? So then there'd be the question is like, well, if you could somehow upload yourself to a computer, what would happen? And I remember the original thought that I had was sort of like, wow, what a strange idea for me to think that, my mind is so important that the world just simply cannot go without it. Like, is there a possible reason for me to do this other than the illusion that I'm somehow going to live forever? Because, like, obviously there are other conditions under which the copy would not survive as well. But I pretty quickly went past the whole question of data storage and all of that, and just simply said, like, the whole point of this exercise, like the whole idea of somehow trying to cheat death, it's kind of pointless if that's how it's going to happen, because clearly the consciousness that I have is going to experience death. Whatever happens to the copy is, I can wish it well, whatever. Maybe that won't taste death. But like, in terms of me, the thing that is making this decision right now, there really only seems to be one outcome. And then again, like, one of the things I liked about this game was the idea of the continuity, because I'm not entirely sure I'm sold on it. But the more I thought about these people and the more I thought about the reasoning behind it, the less it seemed just this very tragic and incomprehensible mistake to an idea of like, okay, you know what, we are both doing the best that we can with the sort of information that we have right now. And I could actually imagine myself being sort of pushed the other way. But I think the reason why I found it so easy to answer your question, like, again, there's obviously there's the material question, right? Like, the Simon who I was at the beginning of the game is a different thing from what wakes up in Lambda, I think it is. is mostly because that was a sort of question that I asked for myself, like probably a decade before the game came out, and I couldn't really bring myself to think of any other answer. So now I'm curious on how the switch to the new body is. Do they change the brain chips, or is it a download, or we will find out soon. I just wanted to make sure I did justice to your question there, Hit People Guy. I think maybe it's altruism by the original person, knowing that they'll be gone, but who they were will still be able to continue with life. Yeah, I mean, fair enough, right? But I don't know. It's a tough one for me, right? Like, there are other ways of creating life, and maybe I just don't have enough of a positive feeling of myself to feel that, bestowing myself on humanity in perpetuity is a gift. Yeah, people guy and I are on the same page on this one. Okay, so we've been working towards this for a while. I think what's about to happen was definitely the moment where I was wondering, and like absolutely it locks something
You need
home.
to assemble
So
your new body with the things you collected. Just stuff all of it into the suit with the dead body. Stuff the chip, the battery pack, and the gel.
This is crazy.
Don't worry, it'll work. Make sure it's all bunched together and start the gel and then roll. Alright, try
sorry, Riley.
I can't believe we're doing this.
It will be fine.
Then why don't we put you in the suit?
I was going to suggest that if you refused.
You'd go without me.
I need to do this, Simon. This is important. I need to launch the ark.
You'd really do it. Change body.
Yes, if you want to stay here, I'm not going to stand in your way. I don't want to tell you what to do.
What would it be like before? Close my eyes and then...
And then open them again.
All right, let's do it.
Thank you, Simon. Go sit in the pilot seat in the next room. You might need to boot it up.
It says you might need to boot it up, so I'm assuming that's what these cables are here about, but I can't grab any of them.
We need to loop back the activity manifested by your current Cortex chip, run it through the amplifier, feed it into the new chip, and then make sure it's synced.
You lost me halfway there.
You don't really need to understand it, just make them line up.
I'm terrible at these. Even in Outlast Trials, I'm rotten at it. I figure I should at least be able to get the amplitude. Bad at this. I should just focus on the P. I feel this is too fast of a frequency. It's getting there. There we go. Oh, what if it's the opposite? Say it's someone in a place of power that can't trust control to someone else yet. So, I mean, I guess Slippy EG.
That's everything. You can climb into the pilot seat now.
That sounds
Already?
I have everything under control, so please, have a seat.
pretty counter to any situation that I would like. So I would
Sit in the pilot seat.
I would need a little bit more in the scenario in that case, because what you're describing almost sounds to me like some kind of autocrat, and I would
Stop
definitely
messing around and sit down in the pilot seat.
I would definitely say that there's a few other problems that I would have with a situation where there's someone who's like, only I am the consciousness that can stay with you. There's actually a game called Shadow Empire that has lore that is effectively like that. In a corporate sense. Well, even then, I don't think there are founders that... I mean, I know there are founders that like to present themselves as indispensable, but honestly, like, I don't think corporations need to sort of have this eternal... I largely think that they would need to be... they would need to sort of be governed largely by the same as anything else. I would actually argue that in some cases, I mean, probably succession is such a terrible analogy to draw there, but like, you can see that story at least partly is about the old guard not being willing to let go. There's this saying about science that it's basically the next revolution is more of a product of, I can't remember the exact phrase, but essentially that progress in science is sometimes just a matter of waiting for the old guard to die out so that the good new ideas can finally be appreciated. And there is some truth to that, I think. It's grim, and I mean, it's not something that you don't want to draw a full generalization from it. Like, I'm not saying let's get rid of tenure or put some kind of like age limit on, how long you can be a professor. But yeah, I think there's actually, you know what? Okay. I always keep forgetting about this story, and I really should watch it again. I didn't like Ghost in the Shell the first time I saw it, but then I remember watching it again and thinking that it was one of the most interesting things that I'd ever watched. And one of the things that I like the most is the motivation of the artificial intelligence in it, where effectively it is looking for a biological component because it knows that perfect replication will lead to its downfall, that it needs a certain degree of that chaos or that mutation to survive. And I think there is maybe an ideas version of that. I've never seen the live action movie. I don't know what you mean, but I guess there was a series called Standalone Complex. I'm referring to the the 90s movie, the anime. I think I remember watching it because I saw a poster which had, or was it a poster or maybe it was the cover? I can't remember. But anyways, there was like an endorsement from James Cameron on it, so I was like, okay, I should check this out again. But yeah, I think there's an ideas equivalent to that, where this idea of this eternally lived CEO would lead to a kind of stagnation that would not be beneficial in the long term. But again, like I could be very mistaken in that, because in the end, we don't have the example of the eternally lived entity to run something. Like, maybe it just keeps getting better as it goes on, as it it has the benefit of a very a very long-lived and well-studied approach to its specialization. But I mean, in the end, you take a look at a company like Kodak and its inability to, despite the fact that it generates patents related to digital imaging, but doesn't capitalize on them because of its very stagnant idea of what its core business is. I think there are more examples of how that kind of stasis will not serve the entity.
Sorry about any discomfort. This should be okay.
like having your picture taken.
Well, with the most expensive camera in the world.
You know, Indians thought photos would steal their souls.
In this case, they'd be right.
Can't you run a diagnosis or something?
What was that? Why was it still talking? Catherine, why was he still talking?
That's how it works, you know that.
What do you mean?
You know it's not magic. You were copied. The sleeping Simon in the seat was copied, and now you are here, just like Simon lived on in Toronto.
God damn you, Kath. 2 Simons? There can't be 2 Simons.
What did you think would happen?
That you were gonna take my mind and put it into another body, like a brain transplant.
I'm sorry, it wouldn't work that way.
You realize how messed up this is?
Please, I didn't mean to upset you.
How did you expect me to react to this shit?
Please stop.
You're fucking disgusting. What's gonna happen to him?
He'll sleep for a while, a few days.
And then what? Wake up in this fucking nightmare again? All alone? So cruel.
Well, what do you want me to do with him? Make friends? Let him know that we have to leave him behind when we go into the abyss?
What if he didn't need to wake up?
You'd do that?
I don't know. Maybe.
There. I set it up for you. Hit the switch if you want to drain his battery. He'll die within a minute. I'd rather not stay plugged in any longer.
So, Hit People guys had a fairly strong reaction to that, I think. I remember having a very, very unique feeling in the pit of my stomach when I heard the other Simon talking. I was like, oh my god, this is like, there's that little feeling that you have that this might be where it's going, but then you have that confirmation, and I'd been talking the whole time about the, you see the copy of yourself on Mars moment. And I was like, Jesus, this feels worse than I thought it did. And the moment with Catherine is played incredibly well as well. Now, there's a bit more that I want to talk about with this, but I am very curious, what is chat's opinion on the decision that I can make? I'll give chat a little time to fill in. I know Slippy's got something. The easy one that I could just say is, if you're faced with this choice in this game, what do you do? Do you decide to drain the battery, or do you let it wake up in a couple of days? Everybody's asking the questions, but nobody's putting themselves out on the edge as to what we do with our. Interesting. So it seems like people are veering towards pulling the plug on our companion here. So Hit People Guy went for the decision that I went the first time I played this game. Hello, Arslan Ruslan. Worked on a movie called Ruslan. I don't recommend it. But yeah, so the thing I was holding back from before, and Slippy sort of anticipated it, which was this was probably the moment in which I had a much greater sympathy for the idea of the continuity. And again, I think this is definitely a statement in terms of the strength of the game, where even what I was saying before about this idea that Simon Jarrett may be one of the very few and possibly the only human for which the continuity may apply just by virtue of the fact that the technology was in development and that he had a small role to play in terms of the development of that technology. So despite the fact that his scan and his quote-unquote copy have potentially even generations distance between them, that's no longer an abstract question. As soon as you hear your voice when you wake up in the heavy diving suit, there's a very real and very tangible way in which you're now being confronted with that question. The fact that I really had to have a think in terms of where I fell on this, that was probably the thing to sort of bring me to the point. I think one of the things that I particularly like about this is because the idea of the continuity seemed, again, so alien and so tragic to me, right? That it's not just that these are people who are making a tragic mistake, who are committing suicide after their scans, but they are inflicting that on their crewmates. That this was such a repellent idea to me, and yet this single moment here all of a sudden forces me to think really carefully in terms of how I treat my copy. That is exactly, well, number one, why I like playing this game again. But number two, it's the sort of stuff that, to me, is what good science fiction is entirely about, right? Fortunately, I'm not going to be faced with this particular decision. But that does not mean that this decision in this game is, an unimportant one and one that's worth taking some time thinking about. And I particularly like this because when you think about so many games which talk about choices matter, right? Very often you will hear people criticize those games as, well, the choices didn't really matter. All that it decided was the color of the background in the ending. Or it only decides what characters you see in the final cutscene. Now, those I actually still think are meaningful, right? It's the sort of, in the end, it's the story that you wind up telling yourself. I am near certain that nothing that I do in this particular moment will have any effect on the way that the game concludes. In terms of what will be depicted, right? There's not this sudden moment where, the old me comes back to take me out or something like that. But the idea of a choice that matters, this one matters a lot, because ultimately what you decide to do here informs everything that you thought you knew about the previous moments. And that's actually one of the reasons why I tend not to like that kind of criticism of narrative games. And I agree, Arslan. I think this is a fact. I mean, I think Frictional in general are very capable storytellers who sometimes maybe unfairly get pigeonholed in this idea that they just do horror games. I think in the end they do narrative games, which do tend to veer towards horror. But I think the story is probably the primary focus, and the fact that it just happens to be a really good horror story is, incident. Like I think I have a feeling that Frictional would be capable of telling a very good conventional story without horror elements, kind of the same way that David Lynch has done conventional films without the weirdness that sort of people would consider his trademark. It's like The Elephant Man is a wonderful film, but there's also like The Straight Story. But yeah, in this particular case here, right, like the idea of the choices mattering, in the end, this story has been crafted in such a way that you care a lot about the meaning, about whether or not you drain the battery of your, well, even if I say your former self, right, that's a value judgment that's being assigned there. There's, I think, a reasonable number of people watching this now who would say that is, in fact, ourself. And like I said, this was the moment where I really needed to think very hard about the idea of the continuity, and specifically because I thought it was such a, like I said, a tragic and monstrous thing to do, and then all of a sudden I had a lot of sympathy for that idea. Really gave me pause. I guess what I'm saying is this is a really good game. Take a quick look around. Maybe I'm supposed to go here. That would actually be a really fun twist. Like April Fools, all the game developers get together and decide to have a little fun. So you walk out of one game and suddenly find out that you started playing Soma, but all of a sudden it turns out that you've now entered Fallout.
Are we done here?
Yeah,
Activate the climber, please.
sure thing.
I also feel really bad in terms of the relationship with Catherine.
Take a seat and we'll be on.
The Sunlit Zone, rich in light and oxygen, Pathos 2, main plateau.
It's dumb luck, right? And I woke up in the right body. He's a redundant copy. He'll never experience my journey, the full journey. He wouldn't understand. How could he? I couldn't do it, and you knew it. You were right in trying to hide him from me. Only wish you'd done a better job. I basically flipped a coin, and if I had called the wrong side, I'd be rotting away at Omicron. I mean, there's nowhere to know, right? You didn't hit the make sure Simon wakes up in the right body switch, did you? Not that you would know. I mean, he would still claim to be the right Simon. Christ. This is awful. We did an awful fucking thing. And you wouldn't mind? Why would you? How could you know that it's not me, the me that I am, the same that I've always been? Please say something. I don't want to think. Please.
I don't know what to say. I don't want to upset you.
Say anything.
When I was little, I used to climb the stairs all the way to the top of the building. And I can still feel how I had to, tuck my arms so I could push the heavy steel door open. Well, the first time that I dared go up there, I stepped out onto the roof and watched the smog rise and fall over Taipei. I got all the way up to the corner ledge and, I felt the warm wind in my hair and the sun was setting and the streets below were shadowed by the tall buildings. The people pushing through the crowd flowed like paint from an artist's brush. Street food vendors filled the air with aromas of all my favorite foods. For a brief moment, I felt connected to the world in a way that I never had before. It was the most profound feeling of comfort and sense of belonging I could ever hope for. I really never felt the same way again, but I went up to the roof many times after. I'm not religious, but I can see why people would be. The privilege of being makes a strong case, at least every once in a while.
Do you still feel that sense of awe? Even like this?
Things are different, but we're still here.
What's the point of going on? Everyone's gone. All the people still left are digital copies trapped in computers at the bottom of the sea. We'll never be able to rebuild or reclaim what we were.
Are you really so unhappy being what you are, or is this about the man who went for a scan 100 years ago?
Both, I guess. When I was back in Toronto, even the worst case, the darkest futures I could predict, they at least included my previous life somehow. I feel so uprooted. There's nothing here that I recognize, nothing that makes me feel like I belong. Even if we make it to the Ark, would it be any different? I'd still be alone. No friends. No family.
You could make new friends. I'm sure everyone would like to know the time traveler. If not, you still have...
Catherine? Kath? Hello, Catherine.
Oh.
What happened?
Happy to see a fellow Canadian. But yeah, I can understand a fear of MRIs after this. One thing that actually really got me this time around, I believe I first played this game. Hello to you too, Rawmonger. I see you. I believe I first played this when I was in Vancouver, and I will confess it's been a number of years since I moved out to Ottawa, and yet I do, in fact, particularly when I was but when I went back to Vancouver, partly to go to the Brace Yourself party, but I also just got a chance to catch up with my friends, and I really did not remember that bit about being uprooted, but man, that definitely hits in a very different way after a few years away from the place that I definitely consider home. Apologies to the Easterners who think they've got a pretty great
Hey, I know it's not much, but why have we stopped moving?
The power blacked out for a moment. Think it could be the atmospheric pressure. It's pushing pretty hard, really testing the limits of my suit.
Don't worry, it should hold.
Comforting.
It will hold.
Does time time freeze when you're not powered?
Time feels omitted when I'm missing.
What's the difference?
I don't feel like I'm being held back or hindered. And I don't have the opportunity to reflect on the time I'm missing. It's simply missing.
Sounds like sleeping without the dreaming.
Yes, but generally you anticipate when you're about to sleep, and there's a natural continuation since we tend to wake up where we went to sleep. My experience is more like an ever-changing moment that never really seems to find closure.
Sounds kind of like a movie being edited live.
I suppose so. I guess it sounds exciting, but it really keeps me activated to the point of exhaustion.
It's rough.
Could be worse. Could be a time traveler stuck in a body made from black goo.
That'd be the worst.
It's again just to the point of the writing, right? They've successfully in this one segment. I was hoping to finish the thought before this happened.
You did it! You did it! I will make preparations.
If you consider that one elevator ride, you go from two people who potentially can't talk to each other to being able to repair that friendship.
Oh, good, you're back.
What happened?
Something dropped onto the cage. Knocks you right out.
It spoke to me.
Looked like a man, one of WoW's creatures. It just stared at you for a moment, then threw itself down the abyss.
It said it would make preparations. I don't like the sound of that.
It was very strange. I thought it was gonna kill you for sure. Glad it didn't.
Yeah, me too. Looks like we're closing in on the ocean floor.
Good, not sure the climber could take it much longer. Okay, so this is the Omega Sector. It's about an acre of the abyssal plan used by Pathos 2. I expect we'll have to do some walking before we reach town.
You haven't been here before?
Not in a way that'll help us.
Right, the other you has been here. We're following your own footsteps, Kat.
When I had footsteps.
You could still be down here somewhere, technically.
Don't remind me, freaks me out. Alright, let's head for town and find that ark.
Oh. Error. Lumar link needed to call the climber. $2103.08.03 ARR. Signed Julia Dahl, Richard Hollard, sample collection, physical checkups. DP, Julia Dahl, Richard Hollard, checked. Alan Waldeck, Julia Dahl, Tau evacuation. Alan Waldeck, Julia Dahl, failed. Catherine Chun, Ian Peterson, Sarah Lindwall, Nikolai Vashkin, Jasper Hill, bringing the Ark to Phi. Alan Waldeck, remote. That's the last entry.
Tau? Come in, Tau. Please answer, Tau. Nothing. It's dead.
Let's move out. We'll try the next one.
Fault line activity, strong torrents expected. Jack torrents expected. Danny! Danny boy! Danger, stay close to the lights. Blue leads to Tau, red leads to the climber. Danny! Inventory. Anima illuminating artificial lure, 120 pieces. Anima reflecting artificial lure, 80 pieces. No dried squid, no fish flakes, no frozen minnows, no dripo, no mushroom extract, no plankton stock, no powdered cassava, no powdered eggs, empty large live live bait tank, empty small live bait tank, and an empty small live bait tank. Mission logs, Observation 134. Observation 134, setup, lure, dried squid, 1 kilogram, 60 pieces of Anima LAL, cameras, quad HDR, low lumina, results, target frilled shark, 150 centimeters, description, rare shark approached the luminous lure, circled around to eat the dried squid, unlikely it frequents this depths, an anomaly. Glasser. 172. Lure LBTL, Atlantic Blue Marlin, 42 kilograms, 40 pieces of Anima RAL, quad HDR ML Lumina, giant squid, 1,200 centimeters, mantle the size of a man, 170 to 200 centimeters, estimated length of the whole thing 10 to 12 meters. Frantic attack tore the marlin apart. As soon as we turned on the lights, it quickly fled the area. Clearly another specimen affected by the leaking structure gel, partially covered in scales and newly formed bone structure protruding through the mantle. 188, something that we will definitely never see in the game. Lure LBL, large 15 pieces of Anima LAL, 25 pieces of Anima RAL, quad HDR ML Lumina, vectored ISO. Results unknown, 40 centimeters. Well, 40 centimeters not so bad. This creature is disfigured by the gel, aromatic, and will attack anything. Still hard to determine how WoW has affected their behavior beyond their apparent aggression and affinity with the light. The creatures seem to hunt something in particular, something not present in this ecosystem. Statistics, humpback whale, trying to get, actually don't know what the red line means. I'm wondering if this is related to the afflicted ones. You'll never run into these. We won't even report them. That is how little you need to be concerned about it. Interesting, so they make you go through here too. Run for your lives! Bloody campers.
Tao, can you hear this? Anyone there?
This is Tao? Who is this?
This is Ian Peterson of Theta calling. I got a team with me, and we're about half a kilometer from Tao.
What? How did... You came in the climber?
Listen, we're having a really hard time with this sector. Heavy turbulence is making it difficult to move forward, and the wildlife you got is absolutely rabid.
The storm comes and goes. Instruments show the weather is relatively fair right now. You should move out as soon as possible. Stick to the lights. The critters should leave you alone.
All right, you heard the man. We're moving out, people. Tao, keep the doors unlocked. We're coming in.
I didn't think I needed to go out and around, but seems like I might. Don't touch jellyfish. Let me grab on! Hey there, little guy. Yeah. As you can see, we're not worried about it. We just happen to be getting our little light jog in. Gotta keep your body healthy, especially if you're gonna be alive forever. Sacre bleu! Looks like he can go in there. I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to be just running forward like this. Yeah. Huh. I don't remember getting as turned around in this, but I'll admit I haven't been super focused on where I'm going, so... Pretty sure I've just wound up in a big circle, though. Maybe not. They've really got the placing of these lights down perfectly, because you feel like you're just at the edge of what you can see, and then at the last minute you can see the next one.
inside. Let's find the Ark.
HPS 1 signal lost, HPS 2 signal lost, HPS 3 active Tau, HPS 4 signal lost. So that was 3. So J. Yoshida, A. Kotze. Yeah.
Welcome to Tau. What's left of it.
Are you guys alright? What happened here?
We ran out of real food long ago. People have been getting sick. Haven't heard from anyone in months.
No shit, they all think you're dead down here. Some failed evac story circulating at Omicron.
Oh, God.
Listen, son. We're on an important mission, and we need your help to operate the Omega space gun. When it's done, we can all head back up the plateau. But now we need to get moving.
Of course. Head on through to the habitat. We shut off the front section to preserve power.
All right. See you soon.
Sorry, just a minute. That was more of a whoa than a wow. I'm boned. How did you guess? could only smell me if I soiled myself. And that only happened like 3 or 4 times in the last minute. Well, screw you. That's a particularly wild one. I forgot that was there. I only have a vague recollection of this.
Can't we do anything for him?
No, we're out of sedatives. If we had a gun, this would be the time to pull it out.
Did not expect it to end like this. Should have jumped the climber back to Omicron.
Without the Ark?
Forget about the Ark.
No, you don't get to say that. It's the only thing left of value, you know that.
Yeah.
Promise you won't leave it behind.
Well, I'll be dead one day. Then what?
Well, better keep it safe until then. Don't want the wow to take it, swallow it whole. I'm sorry, Catherine. It's okay, Ian. Just let it out. Let it all out. Did we do?
Hey, try not to think about it.
My whole life, I've been a good man. We messed up, Sarah.
There.
Should have launched. Taken the chance.
There's time. If Ashkin says we could try again, when things calm down.
You gotta do it, you know? You got to.
What are you talking about? This is a bathroom. Everything seems to be in order. I'm not ready to climb up there yet. Oh, glad to hear it. Cured? We've just been having a big old barrel of laughs ever since we got down here. I wish... Oh, here we go. Minor structural damage, radio knocked out, communications recovered, Omicron and the rest of Pathos 2 are alright, cross-site radio failing, Lumar probes keeps losing the link, Urgent fix needed. Tau can't retrieve the climber until the link is working. Visited by SSC Wolchek, Dahl, and Holland. System of bi-weekly visits established until communications. Lumar back at 100%. Evacuation of Tau ordered. We're all leaving for Omicron. September 15th. Swarmed by monsters. No radio. We're fucked. I want to see if I can find that code. This is where I came from, if I recall correctly. So we've made it to Tau. We're going to try and fire the Ark into space. One of the primary motivations being that we would rather not have the WoW. The big bad, the big thing that's making everything look wild. Foodstuff, Oagua, coffee, jerky, juice, miso, nori, Nutrisub, powdered milk, shaker meals, tea, dried squid, minnows, repair paste, intravenous. We don't want the WoW to get its hands or tentacles or goop or whatever the right term is on the Ark, the digital archive of yes, we kept the old body alive. Some of you can justify it saying I just forgot to turn it off. That's not the reason. It's very difficult for me to say what any of those things are getting, anybody's getting turned into at this point, but suffice to say, this is not my ideal of what the end state is, so I'm gonna try to launch the Ark. So got the image of Catherine. No numbers. Got the image of the boy. The infirmary seems to be where it wants me to go. Mr. Handy thinks it's transforming into perfection, so we know who's quietly hoping for me to get murdered by the... My bad. Yeah, I'm not quite ready to do this yet.
You're different.
Are you human?
Sarah Lindwall, payload technician at your service. A rare sight, am I right?
I'd say so. You're the first normal living human I've seen.
There's not many left down here. Most of them are up on the plateau.
You mean at Omicron?
Yeah.
There's no one alive at Omicron.
You've been there?
I've been all over. The power plant at Upsilon, the ruins of Lambda, the abandoned Delta, Theta.
You've been to Theta?
There's not a lot left of Pathos 2.
And, I'm the only living person you've met? You mean I'm the last living human on the planet?
I'm sorry.
Who are you again?
Simon Jarrett.
Stationed out?
Nowhere. I used to work in a bookshop in Toronto. Long story.
Then what the hell are you doing here?
I'm trying to find the Ark.
Why would you? How do you know about that?
I've heard it's the last hope for mankind.
Damn right it is. Now what do you want with it?
Take it to the Gun at Phi. Launch it into space.
That was the plan, all right. I've been guarding it ever since we brought it back to Tau. Just couldn't bring myself to let go. To tell you the truth, I don't have the strength to argue. And I certainly don't have the time to wait for the next sentient thing shuffling through here. Go ahead. Take it.
Thank you. Can I get you anything? Do anything for you?
You could kill me.
Good one. You serious about me killing you?
No, I'd love to hang around here until I dry up to the size of a raisin. Simon, this fucking sucks. I don't want to live like this.
Shouldn't we be doing something to keep you alive?
Why?
You're the last human. I just find it disrespectful to our entire history not to fight this. Sure, we have the Ark, but you're the real deal.
Thanks. That's probably the best compliment I've ever got. But the truth is that the Ark is all we have. We'll have to accept second best, you know?
None of this feels right.
Simon, I want to die.
Sarah.
Just think about it.
I think that's probably the last of the lines. I don't remember this at all.
Knock it out of the park. I'm glad you came by. Good to get this over with. Would you stay with me, please? It won't be long now. Just, please, just stay. What a crazy thing this was. Life. At least I won't have to turn 30. Hooray! Wish I could have died at home with my friends. you ever been to Greenland? It's very beautiful. Well, at least when you get out of the city. Nanook is busy, and yes, there's like 12 million people trying to get around, but it's a great place. Or rather, it was a great place before the comet ended it all. You know what? I prefer it this way. I liked Pathos. Liked my colleagues. Ian, Nick, Jasper, even Catherine. People thought she was weird because she was quiet, but she was cool. Simon, you still there?
I'm here, Sarah.
Don't let him die, okay? Send them out there. To the stars.
The black box is inactive. Probably found a way to switch it off.
So I would have had to have done this to get the Ark. Emergency Food by Nadine Masters. A thorough look at what common chemicals and compounds found at Pathos 2 could keep you alive in emergency situations. Last accessed by Sarah Lindwall. Nutrition. Nutrition Through the Veins by Richard Holland. A manual on how to keep unconscious or comatose colleagues fed through intravenous drip. Last accessed by Sarah Lindwall. Alterations, post-construction alterations, methods on how to make room for additional payload after the casing has been constructed and left Delta. Last accessed by Catherine Chen.
No way I can climb a ladder while carrying the Ark like this.
Okay, we'll put the Ark down. Okay, I guess I need to put it in the, whole 3 gigabytes out of it. Rawmonger, what more do you need? It's all Greek to me. I was hoping to see Omicron today. The evacuation ordered by the people at Theta was a gift, an excuse to leave Alpha and abandon the WoW. As the storm cleared, we were swarmed by monsters that the WoW had facilitated. We were ambushed and forced back towards Tau. Glasser, Kovsky, Kotzi, and I survived. Eau Claire's in the infirmary, but it doesn't look good. Kotzi made a run for it, to check observation for anything resembling food. Going outside is beyond dangerous. It's like going to buy cigarettes in a hurricane. She came back, and she had some crumbs with her. We all knew it was empty. I think she just wanted a chance to die without carrying the responsibility of taking it herself. People from the plateau showed up. It was a group of engineers from Theta telling us they wanted to use the Omega space gun to launch something called the Ark. It's an artificial world that carries brain scans made from people working at Pathos 2. The idea is silly but endearing. We all agreed to do a scan so we could take part in this afterlife. Some of the engineers returned from Phi. Apparently, they postponed the Ark launch. They were all in a very foul mood and difficult to get any straight answers from, except for one very important thing. They all wished to remain at Tau to figure this Ark business out, but they had scheduled for the climber to pick them up tomorrow. Someone would need to catch that climber to alert Omicron as to what was happening. Luckily, Glasser and I were able to take on this mission, and finally get to warn Dahl and Sarang about the critical situation at Site Alpha.
The pattern has stopped evolving. The WoW has managed to find balance. I convinced SSE Volchek to turn off all external control systems, making the WoW our de facto caretaker. So far, it's exceeding expectations. Since the comet crashed a few days ago, January 12th, the WoW has dropped to a low energy state. It hasn't abandoned its duties. It's keeping climate and life support going, but it's been simplifying the pattern, redefining its protocol. The WoW has started to grow physically. It's not just the core chamber. All around Pathos 2, structure gel is bursting through the pipes and bleeding through walls. I don't know what WoW could possibly stand to gain from this, but I assume it is intentional. The heart of WoW has claimed such a large part of the core chamber that there can no longer be any question to its heightened awareness. Not only does its expansion suggest an unexpected understanding of space, but also its own physical manifestation within the world. The WoW is reaching out to every machine, every life form, to manipulate, to control. It's trying to help save its creators from all this, just like the protocol demands. But really, what is good enough?
Why? That's what I usually say whenever I get my results. I don't even know where I put the card. There we go. No, I'm not muted. Should I be talking more than I am? I mean... Seemed too easy. As much as I love this game, I do not remember... Thanks, game. This feels a bit too far back to go, so we'll keep banging our heads against the...
What is wrong with this place?
It's nothing to worry about. Just the warden flexing his muscles.
The warden? You mean WoW?
Well, down here he has many names. Warden, the Alpha.
Like in Site Alpha? I thought that was made up.
Made up. Then someone should really fire Johann Ross. Tell him there's no reason to walk these tunnels no more.
This section is gonna collapse.
You should try spending some time in the abyss, sweetheart. You know when shit's for real.
Catherine, move up. Come with me. Oh, okay.
Hey, wait for me.
Careful with the Ark.
Take it easy. It's not going to... For a moment, but I thought it was going to collapse.
It's usually something pretty simple. Like a good example of this would be what happened with that, with the structure gel. In the end, we didn't need to do anything with that. We always had it. But I clearly can't jump over it. My original worry of going back was that I was going too far back. But seeing as we found the one thing that clearly we were meant to find when we started moving things away, I'm going to double check the ways to... Oh, there we go. So I did need to move back, but I did go too far back the last time. Will this be the first time you've seen the ending, Kieran? Yeah, no, that's why I'm curious. I like that there's a couple of surprises in here for me, just because I had forgotten the last. So like now that I'm a little bit further in, I definitely remember the moment with the last human, but it's definitely not something that I remembered going in. So it's nice to have little moments of surprise.
Tell me what you want.
I need you to stop the WoW.
What? How?
The enslaved protein sloshing around your suit is the noose from which the WoW will hang itself.
What are you talking about?
As soon as I came to Omicron, I tried to tell them to make the toxin make the WoW with her, but they didn't understand. They put it inside a cabinet. It was so infuriating. They needed to take it to Alpha, the fountainhead of the misery we created. And then a girl. She figured it out. She was going to take care of it, but the WoW shrieked. They all died. You took the gel from the cabinet and made yourself into a venomous snake.
You're saying this toxin inside of me can kill the WoW? Altogether?
You are the snake, Simon. Now strike at the heart.
What the hell is that?
The heart. It controls all the structure gel on Pathos 2. All you need to do is poison the imprint, and the heart will unwillingly spread it across Pathos 2, killing it. Feed it, Simon. Push your arm into the heart.
Please. I did what you wanted.
You did good, Simon. But you can't leave. The only way to make sure the WoW stays dead is to destroy the only one who's immune to the new pattern. Don't worry. I'll make it quick.
Oh, God!
Jesus Christ! What the hell?
Kind of figured I'd get caught that second time, but I wasn't quite sure where else to go. Better figure it out soon, otherwise I'm toast. Yeah, I didn't touch any until now, and then I never really knew how the poison thing worked, because technically I've been poisonous to the WoW for a while, so I was curious if something different happened. It's not like I really needed to. I've been able to do it without, anyways, doesn't matter. I think I actually poisoned it the last time as well, but again, the details of the game
has to be fine, right?
are a bit hazy for me.
One piece.
I do seem to remember. I do seem to remember losing my hand the last time I played, so I think I did go for the poisoning choice. That was not a really hard one for me. Like, I suppose there is the idea of whatever remains after. If we think that we're going to be able to launch the Ark, maybe the WoW can be allowed to live. But it has only ever struck me as a malevolent creature, so I've never really thought about keeping it.
Christ, what the hell happened to your arm?
It's complicated. I just need to know one thing. I'll have both my arms in the Ark, right?
Yes, of course. Are you okay, though? Can you do stuff?
Yeah. Let's just get this over with.
Did you find the Ark?
I did, but I kind of lost it on my way here on an automated tram thing headed to Phi. So it should be around somewhere.
That's great. Let's go get it. All right. Phi is up and running. Did you find out what happened to the Ark team?
Not really. For some reason, they didn't go through with the launch, so they took the Ark back to Tau.
I hope everything's okay with the space gun.
Yeah, I doubt I'll be able to repair one of those.
That is not the Ark.
This feels like the longest day of my life. Has it just been one day?
I have no idea. Our time together is a confusing patchwork of moments to me.
What time is it then? What day?
It's May 11th, 2104, 3:30 a.m., but I don't remember when we started.
You know, I woke up in my bed today. It just happens to have happened 100 years ago.
Sounds like a riddle.
It does. I woke up in my bed today, 100 years ago. Who am I? Who am I? It's crazy to think where I am. Not only is this the future, it's in the middle of the sea. I know nothing of this time or what the world looks like.
Not much to brag about now. Before the comet, I guess it was okay.
Yeah, better not oversell it. Might change my mind about the Ark.
You seriously not gonna tell me what happened to your arm?
I had to make a quick stop at Site Alpha to help kill the WoW.
What? How? Why?
Stop it from torturing the memory of humanity.
Okay, let's just get back to work.
I think I found the assembly space.
What do you see?
It's like a huge open shell, a bullet ready to be loaded.
That's great. All prepared for the Ark.
On it.
Are you suggesting we keep it down here? Doesn't that defeat the whole purpose? Eternity among the stars, remember?
The people inside the Ark won't know the difference. We can just keep it down here, and we don't have to risk the Ark being shot through 5,000 meters of broken barrel, and then push through another 100,000 meters of a dust-filled atmosphere.
Will the casing stand all that pressure?
Well, the odds aren't great.
Catherine, say something.
I don't care what you think. I'm launching it.
No need to be like that. Let's just hang on to it for a while and think about it. We can launch it later.
No, that wasn't the deal. We made it to save them. To launch it. Out there, it's hope. Down here, it's a fucking terrarium waiting to die with the rest of us.
Come on, Catherine. It's not asking much. Let's just think about it before we risk the only hope humanity has to survive this hell.
No, we launch it today. This is my project, my Ark.
It's bigger than that. Don't you get it? It's not for you to decide. We're talking about the fate of mankind.
Get away from the Ark! I'm taking it.
No, you're not.
I'm not gonna let you ruin this.
Stop it!
Guys, calm down!
Get away from me! No!
What did you do?
It was an accident.
Catherine, talk to me. Catherine.
Oh, God. Catherine.
Did you say something?
It's you. You had an accident.
What do you... Oh. You mean Catherine. Don't worry, it's better this way.
I was wondering if there's a plate that I need to put above it, but I'm assuming the game will tell me. The power seems to be the bigger priority right now.
How did she die?
You got into a fight with your colleagues. They didn't want to risk launching the Ark. Thought it might not make it through the atmosphere.
They killed me?
I'm sure it was an accident. They were just trying to stop you from launching.
How could they kill me?
Catherine,
I know I'm not an easy person to like. I just thought they trusted me.
come on. Don't do this to yourself.
I'm under no illusions as to whether or
Did you
not...
have friends in Toronto, Simon? Real friends?
There was some. Jesse, Sean, Kevin.
I always wanted a friend. Like a real one. Someone you'd never hold back with.
I'll be your friend.
Oh, pity friendship? Now I feel even worse.
Yeah, so if I hit the... Okay, it's,
Do you think the Ark will make it through the atmosphere and into space?
It almost doesn't matter anymore. We just need to try. If we burn, we burn.
Is that it?
I'm really not that familiar with guns of any size. Oh, here we go. All systems say go.
Lock and load.
Contact up and we'll head out to the gun.
They're gonna make me get the battery again, aren't they? You're gonna make me touch the thing?
What will you do when you get into the Ark? What's the first thing?
Make sure the Ark is safe, stabilize flight path, activate solar panels.
Oh, what's the first human thing you're gonna do?
Oh. Watch the clouds roll by? Does that count?
I'd say so.
Okay, I'm curious enough.
What the hell are you doing?
I know it looks bad, but it makes me feel a lot better. Helps me focus.
That's... I mean, that's the wow you're hooking up to.
I need it, okay? I wouldn't have made it this far without it.
Let's just keep going.
Interesting. I wasn't sure if that would open the door or not, but it's being scolded like that actually made me reluctant to get it in the first time, but I suspect I know there isn't an achievement or anything like that, but I don't know if there's any other difference other than not hearing certain lines of dialogue.
Now what?
Now we just need to get the shell into the gun and then, kaboom.
Aren't you forgetting something? How are you gonna get us on board the Ark? Don't we need to make another scan?
Oh, don't you worry. You don't operate something like the Omega space gun with your bare hands.
You mean, it's a pilot seat? Like back at Omicron?
Yes, and we can use it to transfer you to the Ark while operating the gun. 2 birds and all that. Now, take the Omnitool and plug it in next to the seat and I'll guide you through the final steps.
I think that answers your question, hit people guy.
A satellite is loaded into a shell. The shell is accelerated by electromagnets along the barrel. Enough momentum to escape Earth's gravity is gained before depression. Reaching space, the satellite will shed the shell and unfold. Onboard thrusters settle the satellite into an orbit.
This is how SpaceX does it, by the way. Incoming are Herber, I. Peterson, S. Lindwall, C. Chun, and Vashkin, J. Hill. Outgoing I. Peterson, S. Lindwall, and Vashkin, J. Hill. Activating unsigned R. Herbert visit. Launching the Ark. One last visit. Launch log. TACT SX, Hamamatsu, orbital platform freighter. Launch 2102, 1219 at 1 o'clock. Mission completed. Project Endo, Luna Prospects, remote sensing satellite, launch 2103, 1220, 130. Mission completed. 489, TACT SX, Hamamatsu, orbital platform freighter, 2102, 1226, 1 o'clock. Mission completed. Project Reveal, Sino-Indian Federation communication satellite, 2102, 1227, 1 o'clock. Mission completed. Week 490, TACT SX, Hamamatsu, orbital platform freighter, 2103, 0102, 2 o'clock. Mission completed. Project Egg, Zentraler Deutscher Kern. Must be one of those Russian firms. Reconnaissance satellite 2103, 103, 1 o'clock. And week 491, TACT SX, Hamamatsu, orbital platform freighter 2103, 0109, 1230 on hold. Project Carmen. Clearly fans of the San Diego series. Owner Atmos Surveyor, tight weather satellite 2103, 111, 1 o'clock on hold. After 10 years of impeccable operation, the Omega space gun will shut down, but it took an apocalypse to be made redundant. Vic Auclair. Let's go take a peek. Hello, Cree. Thank you very much for resubbing. Just a warning, we're about to finish Soma. I'm delighted to have you here, but if you have not seen this game, none of them are related to the last few seconds. But yeah, if you have not seen Soma to completion and you would like to... You've watched multiple playthroughs. Excellent. Okay. Obviously, I'm sure having seen multiple playthroughs, you can understand why this would be one of the cases where my normally very relaxed attitude towards spoilers might, might hold off. I do think there is some value in taking the journey.
Oh, I'll never get used to that.
Guess you won't have to. Not after this is over.
Right. Have a seat. Comfortable?
As good as it's gonna get.
Okay, I'll activate the seat. You should be able to use the machines to load the bullet you assembled.
How do you operate this thing?
Don't know, I never tried this one. But pilot seats are notoriously easy to use, so it shouldn't be a problem.
This is me we're talking about.
There we go.
Okay, ready when you are. Just hit the button and we're off.
But we need to transfer our minds to the Ark.
We also need to make sure it launches at all, so I tied them to a single switch. Just push the button and we're off.
Ready?
Here we go. No turning back.
Thank you, Sam.
Don't mention it.
It's an amazing thing you did. And I want you to know I appreciate it.
Time, 20 seconds.
What's the matter with the upload?
Just give it a second.
I thought you guys would have better bandwidth.
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6.
You gotta be kidding me!
5, 4, 3,
Come on, load!
2.
Yes! Fuck yeah, we made it! Woo! I'm still here. I'm still here. Catherine? Catherine?
I'm here.
What the hell happened? What went wrong?
Nothing. They're out there, among the stars. We're here.
No. We were getting on the Ark. I saw it. It finished loading just before it launched.
Yeah, I saw.
Then why are we still here?
Simon, I can't keep telling you how it works. You won't listen. You know why we're here. You were copied onto the Ark. You just didn't carry over. You lost the coin toss. We both did. Just like Simon at Omicron, just like the man who died in Toronto 100 years ago.
No. This is bullshit. We came all this way. We launched the Ark.
I know it sucks, but our copies are up there. Catherine and Simon are both safe on the Ark. Be happy for them.
Are you crazy? We're gonna die down here with those fuckers living at large on a spaceship. They're not us. They're not us.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Simon. I'm proud of what we did. We made sure that something of the hundreds of thousands of years of human history survives, that something lives on.
No. Fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck you. Fuck you, Catherine. You lied. And I believed in you. I trusted you. You said we're getting on the fucking Ark.
We are on the Ark, you idiot. I didn't lie. I can't be responsible for your goddamn ignorance. You
fuck! Catherine? Please don't leave me alone. Catherine? Catherine?
Out of curiosity, was this the, I think maybe Hit People guy, this might have been the first time you'd seen it, but for anyone else, was that the first time that you've seen the end to Soma? One thing I will say for this one, and I think some of it might just be, how interesting. I'd love to know what everyone thought of it. I mean, even if you've played the game before, but generally I find the people who have either played or seen the game before have a very high opinion of it. But one thing that I did get out of this time that maybe I didn't the first time. The argument, so, I mean, the big argument between Simon and Catherine at the very end, obviously a lot of that is already, like, all of the groundwork is sort of laid for that. I think to a certain extent, that particular ending is one that Simon sort of has to get, you know, whether you think that is the quote-unquote real Simon or not. I'm probably gonna have to shut up for a little bit just to let the credits run by.
Whoa. Is this... Did it work?
Simon wakes up and it was all a dream. Dr. Munchie looking over him. Hey there, Simon. You should be careful. You hit your head pretty hard. You can't afford another spill like that after your accident. Cut to black. Calibration Survey version 0.3. If you are reading this, you have successfully entered the ARC. This survey is designed to give the developers a better understanding of your subjective experience and how to improve your well-being. Please continue with the survey. How would you describe your physical condition? I feel normal. How would you describe your mental condition? Normal. How would you describe your senses? As expected, normal. I feel more sensitive to and aware of my surroundings. I feel blocked, as if my senses are numb, or I am lacking one or more of my natural senses. How would you describe the sensation of your new condition? It's pleasant. I don't like it. Something is wrong. It's disconcerting. Everything feels constructed, or depressing. I can't shake the feeling of it all being fake. Are you troubled by the fact you are no longer strictly human? Well, I feel fine. How do you perceive your new existence? New chapter in my life. Do you think this new existence will be a life worth living? Would you rather be removed from the project and accept death? Your answers have been saved. Thank you for participating. The ARC team. This is the Kickstarter backer version of the ARC.
Catherine? Catherine! I can't believe we actually made it.
Well, we did.
I'm so relieved.
It's okay, Simon. Everything's all right now.
It's funny, Ars, I actually think it was possibly going to touch on... I know you're making a joke, but I think I might be touching on the on that topic with what I got the second time through. Because I definitely got a few different things, but in particular, the final argument between Simon and Catherine for me. And incidentally, if anybody is... wants to say what they thought of this, particularly if this is the first time that they saw the game. I know there were some comments in the channel already. But one of the things that I got out of this that I maybe didn't put as much emphasis on the first time that I played this through. The substance of the argument. So, like, to a certain extent, Simon's temperament, his inability to sort of deal with the situation he finds himself in, and particularly the question of copying. I think there does seem to be a little bit of a suggestion that, I mean, so the foundations for that are laid very early, and I think the more I think about it, the more Catherine has done a really good job of reading him, which is probably, like, I think within the story, you could probably trace out the moment in which maybe she decides she needs to keep him ignorant of exactly what's happening to the other, like, to the original diving suit Simon. Simon 2, I think, would be Ruslan's term. But I think there's something a little bit more fundamental to that final argument that really kind of came to the fore for me. And that is, if you sort of think of the way Simon reacts to everything in this. Yeah, so you're saying that his reactions are sort of based on his condition? That's an interesting one, because I guess we don't really learn a whole lot about how it changes. I mean, I suppose he's forgetful about sending off the message, although, you know, you can be forgetful for reasons other than than the accident. But the big thing for me is with Catherine. The big thing for me about the difference between Simon and Catherine is that Catherine's entire reason for wanting to preserve the Ark and launch the Ark is largely founded on her idea that these copies are in fact continuations of humanity in whatever form and whatever meaning that means, but that this is actually a project, first of all, worth doing, worth fighting for and ultimately dying for, although I don't know if I'd quite count her as a martyr in that sense. Like, it does seem to be sort of a dispute, but I mean, obviously the people on the crew believe whatever's being preserved is human and important enough that, you know, consciously or through extreme actions do take a human, a flesh and blood life in front of them. And so the idea that Simon rejects the humanity or rejects the kind of the reality or the truth of the scans that are on the final that are in the final transfer, in the end is just such a fundamental disagreement with Catherine's own beliefs, right? That for her part, the people who are on the Ark, they survive, and that is something worth preserving. And I mean, it's why she says that she is proud of him. And yet it seems very clear that Simon cannot accept this or cannot comprehend it, that essentially what he is stuck with, the person that he is all that matters. And it's kind of funny because I think to a certain extent I am probably more aligned with Simon's way of thinking, right? Like I did sort of talk about this idea that whatever I don't have like a perfect alignment with Simon's own thoughts, because, you know, I said the idea that simply because I think it is inescapable that the entity that's speaking now will experience death regardless of whatever technological development whatever technological development occurred, may occur. Obviously you can see how that gets to Simon territory pretty quickly. I guess the only difference is that I'm not entirely sure I would be as upset. I mean, okay, don't get me wrong. Like I wouldn't be happy to be the one left behind, right? I don't know if anybody's seen The Prestige, but you can think of an analogy to something that happens in that movie as well. But yeah, I mean, I think the thing that really caught me about this, the ending moment of the game is that, like, to Simon, it really is just for him, it's self-preservation. Like, if the consciousness that he has is not the one that's on the Ark, then there's no point in launching the Ark to a certain extent. That might be a little unfair to Simon's intentions on this one, but like he's very clearly not capable of comprehending sort of the greater purpose. And so to a certain extent, you would almost say that, I wouldn't say disqualifies him, but makes him a little bit less sympathetic for not being on there, whereas the Catherine that's able to make peace with that, you know, it almost feels a little bit worse that she doesn't wind up. But yeah, the just the difference between the two characters and their feeling as to what counted as a real person really struck me in that closing moment, maybe in a way that I didn't appreciate at the start. But the other thing too is, and I think this is where I'm a little bit more sympathetic to Catherine, because there's the question that Baron Snuggs is asking here: did Catherine essentially use Simon for her own purposes? This is a really tricky one, right? Because to a certain extent, like, there's a situation where there's information that is withheld, and that's really clear. I think it's really clear when it comes down to the interaction over the direct transfer copy into the heavier diving suit. The difference, though, is that because Simon has previously shown himself to be incapable of, of handling that, and, to be fair, like, I don't want to be unkind to this character, I think very few of us probably would be able to keep it together. Yeah, for sure, Takri. It's a very, very similar. There's a couple of themes in The Prestige that I really like, which aren't present in Soma, but that's ultimately because they're sort of telling two different stories. But yeah, for sure, we're absolutely thinking the same moment in The Prestige. I need to be a little coy about it, just because obviously that's a fairly big deal for it. Although, for those of you that haven't seen The Prestige, if you like Soma, you probably should get on it. That's an old movie, and if you don't hear it from us, you are eventually going to learn a fairly major set of plot details, and better to get that movie out of the way sooner rather than later. But yeah, so I mean, again, I don't want to. It's easy, and again, this is the benefit of stories, right? There's a story allows me to be critical of Simon, while also kind of knowing how much I share in common with him. And it's kind of hopefully these ways that we grow, right? The story is sort of the trial run, so that when we are tested, in a real life situation, some kind of case that it's more advantageous for us to take the shortcut or to do the wrong thing. Something in us stops us from doing that. Oh, it's a very good movie, Kieran. If you haven't seen it, I would recommend it for sure. Don't go in specifically looking for the kind of what is a person sort of questions that you'll get out of Soma, but there's enough that rhymes with this to really make it worthwhile. And the movie on its own is very good. So in addition to the factors that, like, there are some things that align well with Soma, and I think you'll like it for those. But as a movie, it is also a very good one. So even if you liked Soma for different reasons, I think as just a worthwhile thing to sit down and experience, it's good. But yeah, so I mean, in the end, right, I'm allowed a certain distance from Simon as a result. I can be a little more critical of him, where if I were sitting down and reflecting on my own, deeply held beliefs, I would probably be making more excuses. But we were talking about this idea of, of whether or not Catherine's using Simon. It's a very difficult one for me to come down on, because to a certain extent, yes, there is a certain degree of deception, admittedly benign, right? There are, and to a certain extent, these are ones that are sort of driven by, by her own values and ethics, right? So she is quite horrified at the idea of Simon powering down Simon 2 for the purposes of the conversation. Like, to her, that is a very bad thing. You can hear it in how she reacts, but does ultimately leave it to Simon to decide what to do. She sort of logs off and doesn't really want to have anything else to do with him. But I think to her, it's inconceivable that you would want to do that to someone. And that is the same belief that leads her to believe that the Ark is a worthwhile endeavor. And I mean, clearly one that requires a lot of talent, requires a lot of ingenuity, and ultimately required her to be in a lot of conflict with the administrators, particularly over the ideas of the continuity. So in this sense here, the really difficult part with it is that you have someone who is better informed than Simon. Catherine is better informed than Simon. She knows what being confronted with his state means. She's seen examples of that even prior to what happens with Simon too. And so there is a side of me, right? There's definitely a way that you can read Catherine's intentions as the ends justify the means. But I actually definitely, for my part, I actually read a lot more care into her behavior. And again, it's just because, and this is absolutely a huge compliment to the actress, because you can see how a lesser read would not create that kind of complexity. But the level of care and just her astonishment and disappointment at the idea that Simon would actually power down this copy of himself, I think really sells this idea that she, for better or worse, again, there are plenty of people who have done terrible things, thinking that they're doing good. There's actually, I've been watching a little bit of The Americans, and there is this scene where there's an elderly woman who's sort of in the wrong place. She's eventually realizes that she's speaking with a Russian spy, and to get rid of her, they are making her sort of eat all of her blood pressure medication, so that it seems like a natural death. And in sort of the final moments, when she finds out that she's doing this with her husband and she has kids, it's like, it's like you have kids, yes, and this is what you do. And why? It's just to make the world a better place. He says, you think doing this to me will make the world a better place? It's like, I'm sorry, but it will. It's like, that's what evil people say to justify what they do. And I was like, oh man, I just watched this for the spy stuff. Why did this get so sad all of a sudden? But yeah, it's a very difficult line here, because ultimately what you're dealing with, right? If you want to paint Catherine in this perspective of being, a very intelligent, manipulative, inhuman, right? Literally inhuman individual, you have all the pieces that you need to make that judgment. And even the care that she expresses in terms of both the old diving suit when talking to the new one. Again, you could say that's manipulative, that you could say that is misguided. But the one thing that complicates it a lot for me is the fact that, again, every time Simon is given the opportunity to come to peace with his with his situation, where he's been given an opportunity to sort of grow, he never quite seems to be able to do it. And in some ways, it's almost a little bit of a contrast to the Simon that you get to see who's facing his death, because he seems to be a little bit more resigned and a little bit more willing to, like he's willing to do the scan and such. But when it comes right down to it, on the major moments in which Simon's tested, he always comes up short. And so in the end, it's, other than just Catherine being someone to whom, the end always justifies the means, essentially she is someone dealing with someone who, has been put in a situation, kind of history has brought him to a point that he is simply not equipped to deal with, and that ultimately she is doing the best she can to allow him to do the right thing. And in this case, this means withholding certain information as best as she can. Whether that is the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do is a whole other question. Ultimately, there's never a point where, she still uploads him to the Ark. She ultimately does the best that she can for him, right? There is a Simon that stays on the Ark, and that didn't have to happen, right? At the very last moment, she could say, no, I'm the only one being uploaded. And I think, again, to her mind, this is the right thing to do, to preserve a Simon. But because the way that the rules of this world never get broken, right? The only way that you get to travel is by making a copy, not by doing a direct transfer. Again, that is why there is the continuity, and that is why there is such a huge moral dilemma brought on by that. And so ultimately the question kind of comes down to, knowing the rules, like what is the point in which we think that Catherine has behaved inappropriately? Or does our perception of Catherine, being manipulative come because we're a bit like Simon and we have difficulty sort of reconciling our the situation we find ourselves in? This is, again, what makes it such a good story, because I'm not entirely sure that there are clear-cut answers to that. I think there are people who could very reasonably and very convincingly argue both sides of it. So yeah, the funny thing is, while I assign quite a bit of value, and one other thing that I actually think is worth mentioning here, this does happen within the context of a survival horror game, right? This is a game entirely where you're focused on self-preservation and in very direct ways. And so you have this contrast between sort of the fight or flight instinct, and of course they've taken away the fight half of the equation. And then they are pushing you up against much more long-term and sort of much more sort of philosophical kinds of questions in terms of what it means to survive, sort of in the long term. And so I think that's an interesting, this is a great example. I've heard, in fact, even in this channel, someone basically say that Soma could have just been a movie. And I disagree largely on that basis, right? It is very difficult to do a movie, despite the fact that the story is basically going to turn out the way that it's going to, right? It's not like you get the everyone lives happily ever after on the Ark version of the story, right? There are going to be copies that don't make it to the Ark. I do think that there is something about the interactivity, specifically of the survival sequences, that create a different frame of mind, a different set of priorities, which as a result will inform how you think about some of the bigger questions. I think, anyway. I mean, again, I'm generally not happy with games that try not to move above. I prefer it when games try to go above films, but I am also a sucker for a good moment of spectacle. Kree says, I personally feel like he was given enough chances to really understand what was going down. If I could figure it out, he should. Fair point, Kree. Yeah, and I mean, again, I actually find Catherine an incredibly sympathetic person. And it is it is a game that, in some cases, both within its own... So, like, within the context of the rules of its world, right? The question of the continuity and such. It definitely caused me to reconsider some fairly strong positions that I held on who was behaving correctly and who wasn't. But I think it's fair to say, like, I don't want to overstate the game, but it's definitely one that sort of forces me to think a little more carefully on these kinds of topics. Again, like, I'm not going to try and suggest, like, I'm going to sit... I am late for going to bed. I'm also an hour later. So in addition to starting late, I'm an hour later streaming than I normally would be. But yeah, this is definitely one of the ones where, you know, I'm not going to sit down and, like, completely rethink my life. But I definitely feel that there is... you know, there's a lot going on in this, and it's one that I'm hoping, you know, whether someone would sit down and articulate in sort of, you know, full paragraphs, essays, in terms of exactly what they think in terms of what, you know, what their identity is, what it means to be human, you know, all of the big questions, right? Or whether it just kind of gets them reflecting. You know, every once in a while they'll think about a moment from the game and think a little differently. Like, this is absolutely the sort of stuff that this is the reason why I read and watch and play science fiction. I wish more games would actually kind of would swing for the fences like this. And there are reasons why they don't, right? If you swing for the fences and fail, everyone is going to be there to tell you what a pretentious ass you are. And it sucks because it means that we have a number of people who might have a Soma in them, but they don't necessarily have the stomach for that. I know this feeling very well. There's stuff that I've wanted to write that I haven't put down just because I'm really tired of the way that a lot of the people who read the data stuff, the way they react is just it's not worth the hassle. But every once in a while too, you can find some games which don't overtly go for some of the big questions, but you'll see them underneath. So a good example of this would be Into the Breach. Into the Breach is not one that wears its story on its sleeve, but there's definitely a bit going on there when it comes down to the different timelines and sort of the idea of who's left, and this idea that not every timeline is saved. They leave just enough in there for you to sort of dwell on it. So in that case, it's essentially there if you want to pick it up. Whereas this one, you're really forced to confront some fairly uncomfortable ideas if you haven't thought about them before. And there's room for both. But ultimately, if I'm trying to think of sort of science fiction stories that really I thought did really, really well, like Soma's one, Starflight, I think is one that has largely unrecognized at this point, but that one has a really good twist. What are some other good science fiction games? I'm drawing a blank. Like Mass Effect is very enjoyable, and I think Mass Effect definitely hits some high notes, but I don't know if Mass Effect quite hits the same way that Soma does. I don't know. Does anybody else have anything they want to say about Soma before I go? I'm sure I could have been more articulate, but I gotta go to sleep. actually have not a big day tomorrow, but there's definitely a few big things that happen like right at the start. So I do need to make sure that I'm not just like awake and at work on time, but that I'm like I need to be on the ball. I'm glad you liked it, Roarmonger. Yeah, this is a really special game. So this is one need to be ready to contribute to a toxic workplace. I love my workplace. My I don't know if it's director or like my boss's boss. I finally got a chance to talk with her, and I commented like it's a really amazing building. Like we're talking a little bit about like hybrid work environments, because like there's some pretty strict security where I'm at. That's definitely something I've needed to get used to. But we're talking about it like, you know, there's just this like there's this big ramp that we go up, and like it's all windowed, and like there's nice sort of forested area and like water and all of that. It's winter in Ottawa, so like it's not exactly picturesque, but like it is a really beautiful building and a lot of very smart and talented people. So there's a piano in sort of the big common area, and like there are people who know how to play the piano very well. So I originally thought there was like a classical music recording going on, but it totally was one of the people working there. And I'll give you a hint. I don't work in a piano factory, and I don't work in a music conservatory. It just happens to be like one of the people who's good at doing the sort of stuff that I do, who also happens to be a really good piano player. So I definitely feel very out of my depth. But I mean, that's the appeal of working in a place like that, right? Like working somewhere when, you know, the people around you are better than you. That is hopefully the way that you get better yourself. Anyway. But yeah, I really like this game. I probably give this game as a gift more often than I should. The big drawback here is I have a couple of friends who I really want them to play this because I think this is a really great game. But they are also very uncomfortable with scary games. And I kind of want to tell them, like, it's not that scary. Like, I'm not going to tell you there isn't a bit where you're, like, chased by monsters. There are a few of those. But, like, I assure you, this is a game about ideas, and it is absolutely worth it. There's even an easy mode if you don't want them to chase you down. It's, like, it's still going to be tense, but, like, it's not like, you know, the monster doesn't come kicking down your door and like kills you in real life or something. But it's hard. Like, again, I don't want to make people play something that they are uncomfortable with, but on the other hand, I really do want them to, I would like them to experience something that they can't get anywhere else. So for those of you that haven't played Soma, I highly recommend it, even if you just wind up, you know, if you wind up, you know, waiting until it's on, you know, on a discount at some point, or, you know, maybe you bug someone to buy it for you as a gift or something. Anyway, I should stop talking. Last chance to say something about Soma. I don't really think there's anybody for me to host, but let me see what I can find. I know there's philosophers among you, and I sort of stopped talking about the ideas behind the game, but for those of you who are so here's a question for you. Does anybody have a preference? We've got Kilgore Trout, who is currently playing Perfect Dark. And the reason why I'm asking the question here is that Kilgore is a partnered streamer and tends to have a fairly large audience. So he's got 176 people. He's definitely not a bad one to host, and I'm sure he'd have interesting things to say about Soma. And then there's also Revived Snow, who very kindly put my name in for a Phantom Brigade related thing, currently playing the Hunter Call of the Wild. Now, I've hosted Revived Snow recently, so I don't know. Does anybody have a preference between these two broadcasters? Revived Snow is the one who does the like the animated persona and text to speech. I'm slightly inclined towards Kilgore just because he might have a Soma take, but I'm just curious if anybody has any feelings one way or the other. Gonna get back to work, so hope you all guys have a good evening, day. All right. Yeah, I don't know if anybody's expressing preferences, so I will move in. I'll make sure Revive Snow gets the attention next time. Anyways, thank you everybody for hanging around and watching the stream with me. I particularly like it when I'm able to share games that mean a lot to me, and Soma is definitely one of them. So I hope you got something out of it too, whether this was your first time seeing the game or whether you're a fan. For the rest of the week, tomorrow I am not streaming, and I've got a world of hurt, I think, to get everything, just try and get everything in order. Wednesday, we're going to be back to Phantom Brigade. That should be the first province once we're done the tutorials, so hopefully we'll be able to do one of the new boss fights. And then I'm thinking Friday, almost certainly, we will be back to Cyberpunk, which means next Monday, I'm going to have some space to try something new. I think I have a fairly clear idea on what I am going to play, but I'm not quite ready to say yet. Yeah, I've got some ideas, let's say, but I'm not 100% sure on it yet. But I hope you all enjoy Kilgore Trout, again, playing Perfect Dark. For those of you who want to see Phantom Brigade, I'll see you in a couple days. For those of you who are here for the story-based games, probably Cyberpunk on Friday. One way or another, we'll figure it all out. Have a good night. Talk to you later. Bye.